All right, good morning. We are underway at the 25th annual Doc Hill Memorial 9-Ball Classic. It's Sunday at the Rum Runner. Down to the final 16 players. The match in front of you today is Kenny Liscano and Mike Didier. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, Mike Didier's at the table getting things started off here. Match on the top of your screen is Herman Wang versus Derek Reppenhagen. We also have Brian Nikoba and Scott Bush, and then Joe Corpus and Jerry Dudy. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and supporting the players all weekend long. It's been a fantastic weekend of pool down here at the Rum Runner. We're just getting things going. Next Thursday, we have the Calcutta for the 35th annual Andy Mercer Memorial 9-Ball Classic. We still do have some openings in that, so we need to fill that up. Get your entries in this week as soon as possible to the Rum Runner, or if you're not local and you want to play, contact me, Jack Murray, and I can make sure we get you in. Got a few viewers already in the stream. Give me a shout out of who your horses are, who you're pulling for in this field. And a link to the bracket is in the details both on Facebook and YouTube. All right, Kenny is off and running. He has a good line on the 2-ball. The 4-ball's kind of a little bit of an outspace. He may play just for the float up for the 4-8 combo. The way he was looking there, it almost looked like he was trying to hold it up underneath, and I don't know how he's going to do that. I'm going to let Kenny teach me something here. But it has been an awesome weekend. Lots of hill matches, 6-4 matches, lots of great play. Yeah, he ran into the 9-ball there, got himself in trouble. Kenny's had a little bit of a slow start in a few of his matches, but then has rallied back and made amazing comebacks. I think he was down 3-0 in 2 of them and then won 6-3. Mike has played very well Friday and Saturday. All right, he's giving it the hip thrust, trying to get it to bounce, and he ends up getting the hook. I'm going to do my best to get you some commentary today. Appreciate everybody that was here yesterday. I know there wasn't a lot of commentary late, but it's a combination of having to get a lot of things going, making sure matches were going, and being a long day. But I will try to get you some good commentary today. Also want to give a big thank you to Gino Hill and the whole Rum Runner staff. They've been great all weekend. This is a fantastic Las Vegas tradition that they're continuing and keeping going. Well, Kenny flirted with that side pocket. He's got a little bit of an awkward angle on this 5-ball. I was talking with Francois last night. I think it was Kenny's first opponent in the tournament, and he said was commenting how good Kenny's cue ball control was in the match. His safety play, everything was just spot on. It's a good bump and rub there from the 7 ball. Kenny's sporting his team bossing shirt from the Rum Runner. He played in Southern Nevada 9 ball. Played on Thursdays a season ago. Played on Wednesdays this last season. Just wants to follow this ball up off the end rail, come up, play the 9 in that top corner pocket. Nice shot. All right, for the first time all tournament, Kenny starts off winning the first game. I am working to make sure I can update the digital pool bracket as well as games are completed. We are doing the old-fashioned scoring of using the beads on top of the tables. It's a Rum Runner tradition here. Got some good sweaters this morning already. People coming down to have a good breakfast at the Badger Cafe and watch some good pool. See Jerry Dudy got the first game on Joe Corpus. And Scott Bush got the first game on Brian Nakoba. Table on top of your screen, Derek Reppenhagen is on the 8 ball with a 9 on the table in the top right or top left corner. That is to take the first game here. Mike lost a cue ball a little bit there, but should be work out. The Mirage dealer rooting for Corpus. All right, Derek Reppenhagen does take that first game on table 2, so he's up 1-0 on Herman Wang. See, Scott Bush is taking game 2 as well, so he's up 2-0 on Brian Nakoba. Brian captained a team in Southern Nevada 9-ball Diamond Division. They won the Diamond Division state championships this year at the plate of the Q Club last Tuesday. Congratulations to them. Scott Bush plays in the Monday night loaded deck division with Neon City. It's BCA Pool League that travels between here and Putters Eastern. On table two, those are teammates. Derek and Herman played out of Good Times in the Diamond Division that traveled through Rum Runner. Just a reminder, to be eligible for the Dock Hill, you have to have been rated a 580 or under when you registered, as well as play on a league team that plays out of or travels through the Rum Runner. No, Scott Bush is playing very well, Mirage Dealer. Yes, he is. A little bit of a looked like an undercut on the four ball, but wouldn't have liked his shape anyways. All right, while he doesn't get the hook, he does an end rail, leaves an end rail safe, so it doesn't leave Mike much here. See Brian Nakoba is racking the balls, so he's won a game against Scott Bush, so Scott's up 2-1 in that match. Both those players play with a very rapid pace, so I would expect that match to, even if it goes hill, be a pretty quick one. All right, Mike played a safe with the cue, lost the cue ball, and it just fell in. So Kenny's coming to the table with ball in hand. The biggest trick on this table is going to be, well, there isn't really a trick on it. It's that 7-6, but it's open. So since the 5 ball right there, you shouldn't have an issue. Playing this ball with a little bit of bottom outside, come back out to shoot the 6 in the same pocket. Gets that angle to shoot the exact same shot again. Come down, play it up. Watch outside pocket. Watch outside pocket. And he looks to the skies for a second, gathers himself. Takes a second, a little bit closer to that side pocket than he was intended right there. Oh, good stroke. Good stroke there by Kenny. It's perfect on the 9 ball to get game 2 here. Just needs to make this ball. I see Jerry Dudy has taken the second game. He's up 2-0 on Joe Corpus. Derek Reppenhagen's got a little bit of a tricky 8 ball up here on the top of your screen. If you can make this in, those shapes should be natural on the 9 ball. And he does make it and falls perfect on the 9 ball to go up 2-0 on Herman Wang. All right, Katie makes the ball on the break. It doesn't look like he's too peachy on the 1 ball. There's a chance for a thin cut, but also the 2's tied up with that 5 ball in the center top of your table. All right, see Scott Bush breaking. He's won another game, so he's up 3-1 on Brian Akoba. I saw Joe Corpus go for a 4-9 carom and miss, so Bear's going to get an opportunity on an open table to possibly get out and take a 3-0 lead. And Jerry Dude actually shoots a harem bank to make the 9 ball, so he takes a 3-0 lead. That was a very good shot by Jerry Duty. Appreciate everybody liking and sharing the stream. Dean Howell's showing up in his Superman socks. Really exciting matches last night. It played till the wee hours. We didn't get out of here, didn't finish till about 1 o'clock, but hill match after hill match after hill match after hill match. Really exciting pool. Roger Kilker, who didn't make it to today, you can actually see him just over the top left pocket on the table on top of your screen, sitting there. Roger's a mainstay at the Dock Hill and the Andy Mercer. He's always active in the Calcutta and everything, and he's been playing for years here at the Rum Runner. But he sparked the fountain of youth this weekend. Had great matches. Put Santos Alvarenga on the 1 loss side. Beat Mike Caseman. Put a real scare into Brian Dacoba, being up, I want to say 3-0 and 4-1 in that match on Brian. And then last night on the 1 loss side, what I call the 1 loss side finals to get back to today, he got up 4-0 on Simon Lee. Simon battled back to go hill, and they battled and battled and battled, and it was a great match. But it's fun to see, the players just catch a gear, play well, and have a good match. We saw a lot of that this weekend. Hats off to Jimmy Astorga. He had a good little run and definitely put the scare into Dennis Trujillo in a match. That's a 450 playing a 580, and Jimmy had the opportunity, almost had a 9-ball to go up 5-1 in that match. So speaking of going up, Scott Bush takes another game on Brian Nakoba, so he's up 4-1. Well, Mike comes up a bit short on shape here on this 8-ball. Kenny's just coming over to see if that 8-ball's frozen to the rail. And Mike tries to ginsu that ball in, and it falls, and he gets a beautiful shot to get on the 9-ball. What a shot by Mike Didier. That was a great shot. Who needs shape? Who needs shape? I'd have to step aside for a moment. I will be right back. Thanks, everybody. All right. Let's take a look at the scores around on the other tables. Derek Reppenhagen is up 3-0. Derek Lorcher is watching this from home, possibly. As a two-time Dock Hill champ, he's not eligible in the field. We don't allow the winners to come back and play at the moment. All right, Jerry Duty's up 3-0. Scott Bush is up 4-1. I do see Brian Nakoba at the table over there. Nice shot there by Kenny. That was far from a wired combo. He hit that very well. Takes a 3-1 lead. It is winner break, raised to 6. True double elimination. The 9 on the break does not count as a win in the bottom 2 pockets. If it goes in the bottom 2 pockets, you spot it up and continue playing. If you make it in the 2 side pockets or the 2 top pockets, which actually has happened quite a bit in this tournament, I've seen that happen. That does count as a win. We play the push out after the break. We do not play the 3 foul rule, and players can use jump cues. It is a true double elimination, so whoever comes through the 1 loss side is going to have to beat the winner of the winner side in the hot seat 2 sets to win the tournament. Brian Jacob is racking up on table 3, so he's got another game back on Scott Bush. He's down 4-2. Derek Reppenhagen is playing well, and Herman struggling a bit over there. You can see him frustrated a little. Derek's got to look at the 8 ball here, and if he gets this 8-9, he will take a 4-0 lead. And Kenny comes out for the 3 ball. A little bit more angle than he wanted, but he should be okay. Jerry Duty's on the 7 ball in his match against Joe Corpus. If he can get to 7 and 9, the 8's not on the table. He will be up 4-0 in that match. And Jerry does get that, so he's up 4-0. Can he try to go over and back and runs into the 6 ball, gets wonky on it. Wonky on the 4. Looking to see if there's a possibility of playing back a combo. I've got to go watch a shot. I'll be right back. Well, I missed the shot. I'm gonna have to go back onto YouTube and take a look at that for a second. I need to get my replay up. Oh, that was a very good shot, making that 6-4-6 combo. Unfortunately, didn't follow through to make the 4-5 combo, and Mike's got an opportunity here to close the gap. Still 4-2 in Scott Bush over Ryan Nakoba. It's 4-0 still in Jerry Dudy over Joe Corpus. All right, Mike comes out for the 8 ball. Perfect shape on this. Follow it forward to play the 9 in the same pocket. Follow it off that bottom side rail. All right, Mike's got this 9 ball to pull within 1. And he takes it. All right, Brian Nakoba takes the game back from Scott, pulls within 1. He's down 4-3. We got Edgar Jackson behind us trying to quit smoking, but he's offering to buy someone else a pack of cigarettes so he can bum one off him. I love that's that's like a pool player's version of girl math. We've got a good amount of early Sunday sweaters here checking everything out. If you guys are in the area, stop by the Dock Hill, stop by Rum Runner. Shannon serving drinks behind the bar. Cassie's delivering food out to everybody. Doesn't matter what time of day, Rum Runner has some of the best breakfast in Vegas. Morning, Trish. Thanks for tuning in. Trish rooting on her Southern Nevada 9-ball teammate, Kenny Lascano. Oh, chasing that 9-ball. That would make Edgar Jackson proud. Both these gentlemen play in the Diamond Division, Southern Nevada. Mike Didier's captained the team for many moons. Actually, Kenny's not in the Diamond Division. He was in the Titans Division on Wednesday this season. They keep trying to talk him into joining the Diamond Division. All right, Herman Wang is on the board down 4-1 against Derek Reppenhagen. Joe Corpus is on the board down 4-1 against Jerry Dudy. All right, it's really a race who makes this 4-ball, because once you see the 4-ball go down, you've got that 5-9 combo. Just need to cut this in the side, roll the cue ball up off that right end rail. Looking over at table 3, I see Scott Bush making a 5-ball, the 6-8-9er left on the table. If he can manage this and get out, that will put him on the hill up 5-3. Makes a 6. He's looking at the 8. Kenny's not comfortable with something here. Let's see how he attacks this. Wants it to slow down, though. Doesn't want to get too far. I guess he can play the carom, too. It really can go either way. All right, Kenny with the carom. Takes his 2-game lead back, 4-2. And he's talking about adding too much drama in his life right there. Got a little Melrose with that. Scott Bush got that game on Brian Nakoba, so he's on the hill up 5-3. Nobody would be surprised if that's a match as the first one to the hill, though both those players play at a quick pace. Oh, the 9-ball goes right over to that corner pocket. 8's right in front of it, but doesn't leave a lot here. He's got a shot on the 2-ball, long shot, but how do you get on the 3? 3 is on that right end rail. Looks like he's fairly straight on this 2-ball. Even though I've got a shot at the 2, if I can't see getting back on the 3, I might push out and pocket the 9-ball, just not to leave a potential combo for my opponent later on. And even though you've got a makeable shot, sometimes this is not easy unless he can make it and leave himself an edge on the 3-ball. Oh, he powered that ball, went for the gusto. Doesn't leave a lot for Mike. He's got a bank on the 2, or and that 9 doesn't sit up great to play a carom because you can get the cue ball behind it and scratch. So see how Mike takes this, and he's jacked up over the 6-ball. So of all the leaves Kenny could have had with him seeing the 2, this is probably one of the more favorable ones for Kenny. All right, Scott Bush has won the match against Brian Nakoba. I've got to call a match. I will be back in just a bit. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in. All right, just called the one loss side match between Jean-Francois Chavanel and Edward de Mesa. That match is scheduled for an 11:50 start time, so we're just a few minutes early over there. Jerry Dudy won a game. He takes the hill. He's up 5-1 on Joe Corpus. Joe Corpus, both those guys went well in the Calcutta, but Joe bought himself in the second blind at 3,200. All right, Herman Wang's taking another game on Derek Reppenhagen to cut his lead to 4-2. So Derek's still leading there, but Herman's battling back. Right, Mike cuts Kenny's lead down to 1 again. It's 4-3. Knew we were going to have a good battle here. I'm looking over to table 4, and well, there's still 7 balls on the table. Bear has an open table, and but Bear, I'm referring to Jerry Duty. Um, he's got a good look on the 3 ball here. If he can stay in line, he's got a good opportunity to get out here and close this match off. The big financial result with these matches on the winner's side is the winners are guaranteed Calcutta money. The losers still have to win a match to get in. Had a great Calcutta for this one on Thursday, over 37,000 in the Calcutta. Lively action in it. Gino Hill did an amazing job as always as the MC and auctioneer of the Calcutta. Mike's got a long look at this one ball. I didn't think he could see enough of the angle for it, but he gets a good leave, leaving it under that on that end rail. Can't tell if Kenny can see an edge of it or not, but oh, Bear makes a really good shot, and he got really close to the 6 ball. I had to elevate and play a finesse shot, and he played it well. He's got a tough shot on the 7, but makeable. And if he can get out here, he will win that match. Francois and Ed de Mesa are getting underway. Jerry gets perfect on the 9 ball, and it looks as though Joe Corpus conceded that to him. So I'm going to go ahead and call another match over there. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, get the one loss side match between Kwong Win, and Tim Murphy underway. We still got two really good matches going on the winner's side here, both on your stream table. Kenny and Mike battling out a one-game match at 4-3. And Derek Reppenhagen and Herman Wang battling out. Derek's up 4-2, but Derek is looking at a 9-ball. Nothing easy here, and he overcuts it. All right, Herman makes that to cut his lead, Derek's lead to 1. It's up 4-3. Oh, Mike got caught steering that ball a bit. And he's running to the restroom real quick. On that note, I'm also going to step aside for a second. All right, coming back, and Kenny on the 7 ball rolled it forward, so we have to play on the 9 in the top right corner. I don't know if he's going to play to roll this forward, or if he's going to try and shoot the 10 or no, sorry, the 8 ball. I'm thinking my brain's on 10 ball all of a sudden. I don't know what I'm doing. Thought that was a 10 ball on the side rail. I'm going to sit here and have another sip of this coffee. In the meantime, on the table on top of your screen, Herman's got a tricky cut on a 9 ball, but if he makes it, it ties it up at 4 apiece with Derek Reppenhagen. Now, the Rum Runner does have good coffee, and Herman does tie that up, so we've got ourselves a battle up there. All right, it's a good shot by Kenny. Leave himself a little bit of a tester on the 9 ball here. I like his action to make it, but Francois got the first game against Edward Mesa on table 3, and Tim Murphy got the first game on Kwong Win on table 4. Those are one-loss side matches. All right, Kenny makes that 9 ball to get on the hill. He's up 5-3. All right, I'm going to step aside for a moment. I'll be right back. All right, Kenny's breaking off on the hill. Table 4, I see Edward de Mesa lining up a 7 ball as a 7-8-9 on the table. That would be to get on the board, tying it at 1 apiece with Francois. Haven't had a chance to check in on the chats, but see Sandy West is in there. Chris Diamond rooting people on. Appreciate all you guys. Next match we're going to call, which will be on one of these two tables, will be Jay Blonza and Dean Howell, followed by Mark Fernandez and Simon Lee. Ed de Mesa does get out there to tie it at 1 apiece with Francois. In the meantime, I see Tim Murphy, who's up 1-0 against Kwong Win on a tricky shot on a 7 ball. See how he develops that shot. He makes a 7, but leaves himself another awkward, tricky shot on the 8 ball, so it's not getting any nicer for him over there. Herman Wang's finding a gear on table 2 in the top of your screen. Makes ball in the break, gets the 1 ball in, opens up the table a bit for the 2 ball. Has a shot on the 2, and that table's pretty wide open. Not sure that 8 ball is friendly to Mike Didier. I don't think he can see the part of the 4 ball he would have to hit to play this combo. I've been wrong once before. Good play by Mike. Good play. Take what you got. Take what the table gives you. Can't tell if he got the hook. He may still show the edge of the 4 ball to Kenny, but that's really all Mike had to be able to do there. Tim Murphy and Kwong Win are battling on an 8 ball over on table 4, playing a defensive game over there. And just as I say that, Tim goes and fires in a long rail bank on that table. But again, leaving himself a tough shot on the 9 ball. They're sometimes battling themselves. That's where the line from The Color of Money comes in. Keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it? Oh, Mike. Oh. A lot of oohs and ohs there. Mike tries it in the side, almost moves a 9 ball in. A lot of things happening on that shot. Top of your screen, Derek Reppenhagen played a really good safe on Herman Wang right there. So Herman's going to be kicking at the 2 ball. That's tied 2 apiece. And Tim's a shooter. Tim Murphy's a shooter. He just banks the 8, banks the 9. Shape is highly overrated. Mike can see this 5 ball Plan to run it up the rail. Pull the cue ball out, so shoot the 7-9 combo possibly. Nice shot on the 5 ball there. Top of your screen, Derek Reppenhagen's looking at a 7 ball. 8-9 are kind of in the middle of the table. All right, Mike ties it up. Oh, no, it doesn't tie it up. It gets pulled it within 1. I'm sorry about that. I'm in space over here. And Derek Reppenhagen pulls ahead 5-4 over Herman Wang. So we got 2 matches, 5-4, and they might have a ball loss. Let me go take a look. Mike's going to take a quick bathroom break. All right, looking at the top of your screen, Derek Reppenhagen made a ball in the break. The 9 ball looks to be hanging. It looks like he can see the 1 ball, and he looks like he's going to play a back cut to play a 1-9 combo here. Derek took 2 swings at the ball. He had the cue ball going there, the 1 ball going there. Neither hits the 9, but it looks like he might have gotten him safe behind the 6-5. Herman's shaking his head. He doesn't like it. All right, Mesa's taking a 2-1 lead on Francois on table 3. On table 4, I see Tim Murphy lining up a 6 ball, but he makes it and scratches off the 9. So Kwong Win's going to get ball in hand with the 7-8-9 on the table to get on the board. Herman Wang is still looking around the table over there. If you look at the top of your screen, he's hooked on the 1 ball. The 9 ball looks to be in front of the pocket. The 2 ball's right there. I don't know how you try to kick at this one ball and leave the possible 2-9 combo there. You almost have to take the deliberate foul, make the 9 ball, try to mess something up, and that's what Herman's doing. He's pocketing the 9 ball. Good safety there by Kenny. A lot of work to go in this rack. Good hit by Mike. Watch out, cue ball, and he gets. Did he get safe behind the 4? Looks like he might have got him. Oh no, I was thinking about the 6 ball. Looks like he has the edge of the 2 at least. All right, Kenny leave the cue ball down by the end rail, but it's going to leave the 2 ball out for Mike to play off of. Not a lot of good offensive material here, but we'll see how he handles it. Well, on the top of your screen, Herman Wang is eyeing up a 6 ball with a 6-7-9 on the table. And if he can get out here, it ties it at 5-5 for a hill match. All right, Herman Wang's on a 9 ball. Makes this, it's hill. A little bit of nerves on that last shot where he almost got a cue ball by the side pocket. Oh, Mike clips a 7 ball. Oh, Mike clips a 7 ball. Going to give ball in hand to Kenny. The only blessing on that shot is that the 7 got wonky with the 8 ball. Oh, Kenny with a good play. Rubs into that 8 ball to open up the 7. Table opens wide. A little closer to the 3 ball than he wanted here. Just want to make sure he cleared that 9 ball. Then Murphy takes a 3-1 lead over Kwong Wang. All right, okay, he's eyeing up where he wants to be on the 7 to get fall onto the 9. I think he got straighter than he wanted to. Top of your screen, Hill. Herman Wang's looking at a 1 ball in the corner pocket and a lot of garbage on the table. So there's a lot of work to do in that rack. Kenny makes a 7, doesn't get where he really wanted on the 8 ball. This is a lot more interesting than it needed to be. All right, Kenny makes the 8 ball, has this 9 ball for the match. Take a moment, calming his nerves on this one. Drying the hands. Meanwhile, Ed Mesa taking a game on Francois to go up 3-1. Kenny's got to get settled in on this shot. The worst thing to do is shoot a shot when you're not 100% committed. And he makes it. So next matchup on the stream is going to be Jay. Ooh. Wow. Wow. A little bit of drama on table 1. All right, on the 1-loss side, next matchup is Jay Blonza and Dean Howell. Dean sporting the Superman socks. We'll see how it comes out swinging. I'll be back in just a moment as I get things set up. All right. You got Jay Blonza breaking off against Dean Howell right here on table one. Cue ball finds the pocket right there. Meanwhile, on the top of your screen, Derek Reppenhagen is hill hill with Herman Wang. Derek is shooting on the 7 ball. That 8-9 are right there by that bottom side pocket. It's tough to see in the camera angle, but Derek needs to get to the right side of the 2 balls to be able to play the 8, and he does perfectly. Can't tell from here, but I'm assuming the 8 goes without incident here. And if so, Derek should be out to stay on the winner's side and advance. And Herman will move to the 1 loss side. But what a great battle that was. All right, Derek wins Hill Hill. All right, I got to call a match. I'll be back in just a moment. We've got all 4 of our 1 loss side matches that are going to be underway here. All right, Jay Blonza got a little straighter on that 6 ball and he wanted, wasn't able to pop it off the rails. So now he's got an awkward bank on the 7 ball here. Kind of have to go for the bank unless you're going to play the safe to put the cue ball 2 rails on the right end rail and put the 7 ball in the middle of that rail. Nope, he went for it. And, well, doesn't work out well for Dean when the 9 ball's the blocker in a pocket because that 9 ball counts for a little bit too. Jay gets a little fortunate there, but he takes game 1. Top of your screen, we just got started with Simon Lee and Mark Fernandez. These are all one-loss side matches. Tim Murphy's on the hill up 5-1 over Kwong Win. Francois won a game to cut within 1 of Ed de Mesa. Ed's up 3-2. Both players battled in both matches very well. Herman made a great comeback rally against Derek Reppenhagen there, and Mike was hanging in there with Kenny. Kenny tried to make it hill with a cue ball scratched in the side, but just came up short. We've got some really good matches coming up, some great pool to be played today. I'm looking at table 4. Tim Murphy is on, well, he has a tricky shot on the 6 ball with a 6, 7, 8, 9 on the table, but he's on the hill. If he can make a shot on this 6 ball to get on the 7, the rack's his. But this is the shot. It's a little tricky on it. You're going to have to back cut it up into the corner pocket. Oh, and he scratches, makes a shot and scratches. So Fong Win's going to get ball in hand with 3 balls on the table to try to climb back into that match down 5-1. All right, I've got to step aside for a little bit. I will be back. Enjoy the stream, guys. Appreciate y'all tuning in. All right, had to go get a refresh on the coffee this morning. So we got here the scores. Jay's up 2-0. Get that updated here. All right, I see Tim Murphy shooting on table 4. He made the 7, but doesn't have much on the 8. It's hard for me to see where he is from my angle. He's on the hill up 5-2. Francois up on table 3. He's down 4-2, but just overdrew a ball and scratched. Mark Fernandez on the top of your screen took rack 1 on Simon Lee. All right, Tim Murphy lets Kwong win back to the table, and Kwong makes the 8. He's on the 9, so he's going to cut that lead to 5-3. All right, Jay Blonza with a nice save on the 2 ball there. Dean's looking if he can go rail first or go into that side rail. All right, what happened there is Kwong was racking the balls on the table behind Dean. Dean didn't realize it was getting down on the shot, and Kwong bumped him. That actually does not constitute a foul, and Jay was quick to point that out. Dean was basically saying it's a foul ball in hand, but Jay said no, and I went over to agree with him because the rule is outside interference does not constitute a foul on the shooter's part. The 2 players put the balls back to where they agree that they were and can replay. If there is no agreement on it, they would have to replay the game. Yeah, that's first class sportsmanship. Hey, Jason Griggs, how you doing? Appreciate you tuning in. All right, the shot lines up, leaving Jay a carom or combo on the 9 ball. I looked away and before he'd shot it. Simon Lee's taking a game to tie it up at 1 apiece on Mark Fernandez on the top of your screen. On table 3, Ed de Mesa is on the hill up 5-2 on Francois. We have 2 matches on the hill right now. All right, Jay's checking this out to see how he wants to play it. It looked like he was thinking about playing a thin cut combo, which is not an easy shot. I think he's more or less looking for a safety. All right, I look up and in table 4, I see Tim Murphy with ball in hand. The 4 balls on the table, shooting at the 6 ball. He's on the hill, up 5-3. And he understrokes that ball, follows it, but does get just past the 8 ball. I think he got just past the 8 ball. He may not. He may not have the line to see that 7 ball. Really let up on the stroke on that shot, decelerated. Oh no, he had the line, but just cue ball's rolling towards the 8 ball, and Tim's in close quarters with an 8 ball, but he has enough room to shoot a draw shot. He makes the 8, comes back for the 9. He has this 9 to win that match. All right, Tim beats Kwon Win 6-3. Good tournament for Kwong. He got in the cash. Have another match up in just a little bit. All right, and at the same time, Ed de Mesa wins his match 6-2 with over Francois. Good run for Francois in the tournament. All right, I'm going to get a couple of matches called. I'll be back in just a bit. All right, we just got 2 matches started that are what I call Calcutta bubbles. Brian Nicoba's playing Edward de Mesa on table 4, and Tim Murphy playing Joe Corpus on table 3. Both matches you have to win to get into Calcutta money. Meanwhile, the 2 tables you're watching here on your screen are battling it out to have to win another one to get in, so they still have some work to do. Jay's up 4-0 on Dean. Jay's been playing very well. Had a tough hill first match with Santos Alvarenga and has won through the loser side to get to where he is now. Simon Lee and Mark Fernandez on table 2 at the top of your screen are tied at 2 apiece. Right, D. Howell with a safety there on the 1 ball. Needs to get a rail. Okay, the 1 just got a rail. But he's going to leave a shot for Dean. Dean needs to make the most of this opportunity. Jay's been controlling the match. They have a silence feature, Kenny. You can silence your cell phone. All right. Dean's got a little bit of a back cut on the 2 ball, but definitely manageable. Oh, good shot there by Dean. Had that angle where he had to move the cue ball and played a tricky line where if he overhits it, the scratch is there, but he hit it perfect speed. It's a nice little cinch back cut on the 7 ball. Stop shot, almost stop shot shape on the 8 ball. Might drift a bit. No, it looks like he's going to try and stop this ball, play it pretty good. Yeah, hit it perfect. Hit it perfect. All right, Simon Lee is taking a 3-2 lead on the table on top of your screen. And Dean Howell is not going down without fighting. It's 4-1 here on the mainstream table. Update that. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I hadn't updated it from 3-0. All right, Dean's trying to dig deep and channel the power behind those Superman socks. Plays a touch safe on the one ball there. I'm going to step aside for a moment. I'll be back in a bit. Enjoy the stream. Oh, and I sat down at just the moment. I thought I was sitting down to mark an almost win here for the match on Jay Blonza, and then the 7-ball hangs. Top of your screen, Simon Lee is up, was up 5-2, but Mark Fernandez won a game, so it's now 5-3, Simon Lee. Joe Corpus and Tim Murphy are tied at 1 apiece. Brian Nakoba and Ed DeMesa are tied at 2 apiece. All right, Dean Howell makes most of the mistake by Jay and pulls within 3. He's down 5-2. Needs to rally here. On table 2 in the top of your screen, Mark Fernandez is giving ball in hand to Simon Lee, but that is not a pretty table. That said, if you can play shape on it, can't tell if that 4-9 would go. Don't think so, but we'll see. All right, nice touch shot on that 3-ball with Dean. Manages to stay below the 5-ball so he doesn't get hooked on it. Pretty open table here. The big exchange is going to be the 4 to the 5 to the 6. If you get right on the 6, a 7-8 are pretty good to get on the 9. Update the scoreboard. Sorry about that. It's 5-2. He got a little straighter than he wanted, and he doesn't want to be on the rail. All right, looks like Simon Lee won the match on table 2. We'll be back in just a bit. All right, match is finishing timely here. We're just going to get the next two loser side matches going. On table one, the mainstream table is Simon Lee and Herman Wang. They're going to do a quick restroom break. And then on table two at the top of your screen will be Jay Blonza and Mike Didier. These are also Calcutta bubble matches. The winners get into Calcutta money. The losers are just short. So let me get the scoreboard open ready for you. Meanwhile, Kenny's showing people how to make matches as dramatic as possible. Should be a very good match. Both Herman and Simon have been playing very good today. All right, I'm going to step aside for a bit as the players get settled in and get ready. Thanks again for tuning in. Appreciate everybody. All right, all four 9th through 12th place loser side matches are underway. Joe Corpus is up 2-1 on Tim Murphy. Brian McCobe is up 4-2 on Edward de Mesa. And as I say that, Tim Murphy got out to tie it up at 2 apiece with Joe Corpus. A lot on the line here, a lot of money on the line as the players winning these matches get into the first round of Calcutta money. The losers are just out. All right, Herman Wang on the board first. And Jay Blonza on the top of your screen had a tough 9 ball and just misses it. Leaves Mike Didier pretty straight in to get the first game. All right, Herman gets a second game here. Trish, we have the cut or the Calcutta payouts posted on the tournament bracket. Gina doesn't like publicizing that over the stream or on Facebook, but message me if you have any questions on that. Right, Edward DeMace is hanging in there with Brian Nakoba. He won a game to cut Brian's lead to what was 4-2, and now it's 4-3. But that said, Brian is at the table with 3 balls on the table. Oh, and he hangs the ball. So Edward's coming to the table with a chance to tie it up. Oh, good try spinning at that ball. He didn't have a whole lot to get to there. The side pocket was in his way. The 6 ball was in his way, and really a tight window there. All right, top of your screen, Jay Blonza is on the 5 ball. Mike Didier won the first game over there, so it's 1-0. Overroll shape for the 6 ball, so he's a little bit awkward cut in the side pocket. On table 4, I see Ed DeMesa makes the 5 and the 8 ball, so he's now on the 9 ball to tie that matchup with Brian Nakoba at 4 apiece. Oh, and Simon missed an opportunity, giving it back to Herman here. All right, Ed DeMesa wins that game. It's 4-4 between he and Brian Nakoba. Tim Murphy on table 3 is a tester for on a 6 ball. Has to make the 6, follow it forward, come back down for the 7 ball. Oh no, sorry, he had to kick at it. So never mind, he couldn't see it. Makes a good hit, leaves Joe a tough bank on the 6, so doesn't have a whole lot of play here. That's a hard fought match right now at 2-2. Right, Jay Blonde's in the top of your screen is I think hooked on the 7 ball. Herman almost scratches on the 7 and hits the corner and bounces perfect for the 8 ball. That would officially be called a roll. Maybe even a jelly roll right there. All right, Herman gobbles up that jelly roll and takes a 3-0 lead over Simon Lee. On table 3, Joe Corpus makes the 6 ball bank, but doesn't leave himself anything easy on the 7 ball, so he's got a lot of work to do there. Mike Didier on table 2 on the top of your screen, shooting at the 7 ball. Makes that, drifts the cue ball down to make this a little bit more awkward on the 8 ball because he gets right on the rail. That's a shot that might make Mike Didier take up drinking again. Simon is struggling right now. He needed that one. Meanwhile, Mike Didier is not. He makes a difficult shot on the 9 ball to take a 2-0 lead. Again, a reminder, these are the Calcutta bubble matches. The winners are in the Calcutta money, the losers are not. And we have the two blinds both playing in these one-loss side bubble matches. Joe Corpus and Jay Blonza went in the blinds. All right, I got to step aside for just a bit. I will be back. Enjoy the match. Updating the scoreboard here. Simon got the last game. Looking over, Brian Nakoba has won a game to get on the hill first in his match against Edward de Mesa. He's up 5-4. Joe Corpus is up 3-2 on Tim Murphy. I see Tim's at the table. Jay Blonza just made that 9-ball to cut into Mike Didier's lead. He's down 2-1. The next match we're going to call on one of these two tables will be Derek Reppenhagen and Kenny Lascano. That's a winner side match, one of the final four on the winner side. Whichever table 1 or table 2 finishes first, they will be up on. Herman's in good form. He's continuing the momentum from his match with Derek Reppenhagen on the winner side. Hey, Blonza put some oomph in that break on the top of your screen, made 3 balls on the break, and looks like he has a look at the 1 ball. Herman's really looking at this. He doesn't want to lose the line on the 8-ball, so he's looking to see if he can hold this up. Is he banking this? He banked it for shape. What a shot. What a shot. That is an aggressive play by Herman Wang. Because if he would have rolled that in, he would have got across the wrong side of the 8-ball and have to go all the way around the table and be short side on the 9. That was a huge shot by Herman. That shows his confidence level right now. All right, Herman's up 4-1. Simon's over here thinking he missed. No, he didn't miss. He hit it good. He hit it good. I was just joking with Herman that the camera stopped working there, so that won't be on the stream. That was a big shot. All right. It's hang on. They're asking me the score. Got to look here. It is 4-1. So yeah, the score is 4-1. Well, it was such a good shot. He could get 2 games with it. All right, Joe Corpus got out in that game over there with Tim Murphy and takes a 4-2 lead. So Jay Blonza wins the game against Mike Didier to tie that game up at 2 apiece. So that match is tied. Looking at Edward de Mesa on table 4 is on the 8 ball. Needs a good stroke on this to come down for the 9 ball. And if he gets out, oh, good shot. If he gets out here, it is Hill Hill with Brian Nakoba with Edward breaking. All right, we're 4-1 on the feature table, 2-2 and Jay Blonza and Mike Didier. Ed de Mesa just makes it Hill Hill with Brian Nakoba. Another good, great match. We've had so many Hill Hill matches this entire tournament. It's been extremely competitive. On table 3, I think Tim Murphy's hoping for that situation. He's down 4-2 to Joe Corpus. Simon makes it 5. He gets good shape on the 6 in the corner. A little bit overrules his shape on the 7 ball. He's going to have a pretty steep back cut here. I don't think the 8's interfering with it. Oh, what a good shot there by Simon. That was a very good shot. Nice out. Of course, he has to make this first. I shouldn't say out until you make the 9. Didn't want to put the announcer jinx on him. All right, we're 4-2 on the main table. We're 2-2 on the top of your screen, 4-2 on table 3, and Hill Hill Edward de Mesa breaking on table 4. I'll let you know how that match advances. All right, I will be right back. Sorry about that. There's a porter stuck inside the table that is catching a ball, and I may have to get back in there because it's in a spot where I can't easily get it out right now. So keep an eye on how the table works. Oh, wow. The 9 ball flies to that corner pocket again, and 3 balls right there. If you can make a bank on the 1, he has the 2 and the 3-9. There's a big risk reward here on this. Oh, he's going to push out. Chose to shoot the smart shot instead of the aggressive shot. I like that play. With what's on the line here, trying to get in the Calcutta money, you don't want to take a flyer and sell out that combo to your opponent. A safety battle going on table 2 in the top of your screen. Jay Blonde is going to be kicking at the 1 ball. So big updates. Brian Nakoba was at the table. Hill with Ed Mesa and missed a 9-ball. For Brian saying it wasn't the 9-ball that caused him to lose it. He got out of line on another shot. But so Ed Mesa advances. Brian does not. All right, Mike Didier has won a game to take a 3-2 lead at the top of your screen. We're still 4-2 on table 3 right now. So, all right, Herman is on the hill, up 4-2. Or sorry, 5-2. I can't talk today. Next matchup will be on either whichever table 1 or table 2 finishes first, which will more than likely be table 1, but you never know. Simon can make a rally and they can speed up on 2. Will be Derek Reppenhagen and Kenny Lascano. That's a winner side match. Both winner side matches will be on these 2 tables, so you will be able to see both matches. I'm going to step away for a moment. I will be back. I just see Tim Murphy won a game to pull within 1 of Joe Corpus. He's down 4-3. Mike Didier's still up 3-2, and Herman's on the hill up 5-2 here. I'll be back in just a bit. All right, Mike Didier takes another game to get up 4-2 on Jay Blonza on table 2 on the top of your screen. All right, I'll be right back. Looks like Herman had just the line to make this 8 ball here. It's not a big margin of error. Follow forward. Yep. Going to leave himself a little tricky on the 9 ball, a little trickier than he wanted to, but the most important thing is to make the shot and get on your next ball. If Herman can make this match, he wins the match and moves into Kolkata money. And the next match we're going to have on the main table will be Kenny Lascano and Derek Reppenhagen. But first, Herman has to gather himself here. With a monster bank to get out. Wow, what a way to win. All right, I'll get the next match, the winner side match between Kenny Lascano and Derek Reppenhagen going here in just a moment. I'll be back. All right, Kenny and Derek are underway. Kenny won the toss, so he's going to break up first. We got the final 10 players. We're working on whittling our way down. And Mike Didier is getting closer to making it 9. He is up 5-2 on the hill against Jay Blonza. Also see that Joe Corpus is on the hill up 5-3 against Tim Murphy. I'll be back in just a bit. All right, Mike Didier advances, gets into the Calcutta money. Jay Blonza finishes just one round out. We will start those loser-side matches once the match between Joe Corpus and Tim Murphy finishes. That match is currently 5-3 Joe, but Tim is at the table right now. Let's see, Derek got the first game here, and we're just getting underway between Jerry Dudy and Scott Bush on table 2. I will be back. All right, getting the scoreboard updated here. Derek is up 2-1. We just called the 7th, 8th place matches with Edward de Mesa and Joe Corpus, as well as Mike Didier and Herman Wang. Let's see here. Jerry Dudy is won 2 games up there. Let me get that updated. He's up 2-0 on Scott Bush. All right, I will be back in just a bit, guys. Thank you all for tuning in, supporting these players, and supporting this great event that is the Dock Hill. All right, Derek's taking a 3-1 lead in this match. Jerry Duty's up 2-0 against Scott Bush. Mike Didier has won the first game against Herman Wang. No worries. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Can I get Shannon? Can I get a diet? A diet. Thank you. All right, Jerry Dude takes another game up there on the top of your screen. He's up 3-1 on Scott Bush. It's Jerry Duty. I have to purge the term Dute out of my vocabulary. I've been calling him by the wrong name for many years. I've apologized profusely many times on that. Oh, Kenny bumps at eight ball and makes it a little wonky. And while I'm looking up, I see Mike Didier wins another game on table 3. So he takes a 2-0 lead on Herman Wang. Thank you. Yep. Kenny's getting a little liquid refreshment right now from Shannon. One of the great things about the Rum Runner is the bar is always open. Oh, Kenny misses that 9 ball. Leaves a tester for Derek, but this would give Derek a commanding 4-1 lead in the race to 6. Oh, and Derek scratches. Derek makes it and scratches. So Kenny gets away with one there. That's a big momentum shift. The difference between 4-1 and 3-2 is huge. But I'm going to step aside for a moment. I'll be back in just a bit. All right, Jerry Dudy is taking a 4-1 lead over Scott Bush. We're 3-2 on the mainstream table. Joe Corpus has won a game to tie it at 1 apiece against Ed Mesa on the one-loss side. Mike Didier is up 2-1 over Herman Wang. Looking at the comments, I see the Mirage dealer asking where the heck is Jeff. If you're talking about Jeff Gray, I'm asking that question every time I look at the Andy Mercer list. Where the heck is Jeff Gray's name? Still have some spots in there. Anybody wants to sign up and register for the Andy Mercer, either come down to the bar and pay your $250 entry fee, or message me and we'll figure out how to get you in. If you need to send it, if you're from out of state, out of town. Monster field. Oh, 17 players over 700 in the field. Champions in the field. Carlo Beato, Shane Van Boning, John Mora, Vilmos Foldes, Jeffrey DeLuna, Roberto Gomez. I have Jose Perica on the list. I've got to confirm that he's playing. I just have to check. He texted me today and he's said he's going to let me know in the next couple days, confirming that. But we have some monster players in that field. Legends. You can watch the stream. We will have it. You can come down to the Rum Runner and watch it, but there's no better seat than to play the pros and the champs yourself. Just pay the $250 entry fee and get you in, guaranteed 2 matches. We timestamp out all the matches so you have a good idea of when you're going to play. All right, Derek is elevating on this. Looks like he's trying to play the 9-ball. I am trying to keep the scores updated on digital pool. We're not using tablets for this tournament. We're using the beads above the tables in the Rum Runner tradition. All right, Jerry Duty wins another one. He's on the hill. Up 5-1 on Scott Bush. Trying to see what Kenny's lining up here. I'm trying to see if he's trying to play the 9-ball or if he's playing a safety. No, he was playing the 9. Kevin Kenny gave that 9-ball a ride. It's a favorable lead. Nothing juicy on this three ball for Derek. Oh, nice safety there. Nice shot by Derek. Gets around, hides the ball. I don't see a lot of pretty things here for Kenny. I really don't even see a good way to make it ugly, but he's might try to move the 4 ball down by the 8 ball. I don't know if you want to plug the 6 ball up with some other balls. The 7 ball kind of looks like it's in the way of the 2 rail kick. See, Herman Wang took another game to tie it up at 2 apiece against Mike Didier. Ed de Mesa has taken a 2-1 lead over Joe Corpus. Heck of a try there by Kenny on the 2 rail kick. See what Derek's looking at. Is the 4 manageable? Does the 4 go in the side pocket? If it does, how do you get there? How big of a window is shape? Lots to take in on that. He needs this ball to travel a little bit still. There you go. I think he's got it. All right, Scott Bush pockets an 8 ball on the top of your screen to fall onto the 9 ball. He's got to play it down the rail. This would keep him alive. He's down 5-1. Jerry Dudy's on the hill. All right, Scott's still in it. All right, I'm going to step away for just a bit. Enjoy the match. Then he ties it up at 3 apiece and tries to jump. That doesn't clear the ball, so it was given ball in hand to Derek here. We do see Herman Wang has won a game to take a 3-2 lead on table 3 over Mike Didier. Both those gentlemen played exceptionally well today, really throughout the whole tournament. That Mesa is still up 2-1 on Joe Corpus. That match is a grinding match, but Joe Corpus just pocketed the 8 ball and actually got a little goofy on the 9 ball. He's not happy with it. So, and I see Scott Bush at the top of your screen is shooting at a 9 ball. Sorry, shooting at an 8 ball. He needs that 9 ball to stay alive. He's down 5-2. This would make it 5-3. But boy, did he overroll shape on that. He's got to do either a severe back cut or a cross side bank. I think he's going to play the back cut though. Yep. The back cut makes it, doesn't scratch, so he pulls within 2 of Jerry Dudy. All right, Derek gets out after getting ball in hand, takes a 4-3 lead. 4-3 lead going to 6. Dry break there for Derek. Kenny's coming to the table. I'm going to step aside for a bit. Enjoy the matches, guys. All right, Kenny misses a 2 ball, leaves Derek tree topped over the 5. Top of your screen, Scott Bush is a great out to pull within 1 of Jerry Duty. He's down 5-4. Scott's charging. Scott Bush is heating up. All right, Derek Reppenhagen is on the hill. Ooh, ooh, what a shot. Just skates the line on that. Hell of a shot. On table two on the top of your screen, Jerry Dudy did win that match over Scott Bush, 6-4. So Jerry advances to the hot seat match to play the winner of this match. As these matches close down, we're going to finish up. We're going to close down tables 3 and 4. So all matches after this are going to be on tables 1 and 2. So you'll see all matches that are played. The fifth, sixth place matches will be going next once we get tables 3 and 4 finishing. I'm looking over there. I see Joe Corpus is up 3-2 on Edward the Mesa. I see Herman Wang is up 4-2 on Mike Didier. And Herman just made the 8, trying to get on the 9 ball, and he overrolled shape. So this is not an easy shot here. Let you know how that develops. Meanwhile, you're watching Derek Reppenhagen eye up a 6 ball with 4 balls on the table. He is on the hill. All right. Kenny claps, applauds, and concedes that 9 ball. Derek wins 6-3. He advances to face Jerry Dudy in the hot seat match. We'll have that up for you, obviously, on the stream table. We get some matches going for you in a little bit. Thanks for tuning in. All right, congratulations to Mike Didier in a fantastic top 8 finish. He lost 6-2 to Herman Wang. Going to get Herman and Scott Bush started here on table 1. I'm going to get the scoreboard set up. We're giving Herman a few minutes if he needs it before the match. Hold tight and get a beverage or two. All right, Herman takes game one against Scott Bush. Watching table four, which is the seventh eighth match between Edward de Mesa and Joe Corpus. Joe is up 4-3. Joe is shooting at the 7 ball with 3 balls on the table, makes a 7 and scratches. How did he scratch on that? Wow, he played as if he was going to run into the 9 ball and it went right around it. That is a huge swing. All right, I got to step away. We'll be back in a bit. All right, good shot by Scott. That 6 ball comes down perfect for the 9 ball to tie. This ties the game up or match up at 1 apiece. And Edward Mesa just hung a 9 ball down 4-3 in that in his match against Joe Corpus. So Joe is on the hill. Break there by Scott. Makes a 3 on the break. Looks like he can see the one. I think he has a cuttable angle on it. It looks like a very thin cut, but he should be able to cut it. Oh, wait, there is a Jeff Gray sighting. Action. Shannon, I'll take another bottle. Scott circumnavigates that 6 ball. There's a good shot. Gets on 4. Really, the big shot here is just getting on the 6 and then having some sort of an angle on the 8 ball to come out and shoot the 8 and the 9 in the same pocket. Actually changes things a little bit there with the 9 bouncing out a little bit. You could even get stop shot shape on the 8 ball. Makes it a little bit easier from here. I'm keeping an eye on 2. What did he do? Interesting path. I think he just wanted to hit it firmer. Good shot by Scott. Wants us to come out a bit. And he just needs to cut this in. All right, Scott takes a 2-1 lead on Herman. All right, watching table 4. Joe Corpus is at the table with 6 balls on the table. Oh, I thought he missed the 4 ball, but it just snuck in. Didn't get where he wants on the 5 ball, so he's got a tough shot here. But if he can get out, that wins that match for him, and he will be playing Kenny Lascano on table 2. That'll be for the 5th-6th match. Scott pushes out. All right, good safety there by Herman. Getting some spectators starting to filter in, getting excited for the final rounds in the Dock Hill. A lot of action in the Calcutta on Thursday, over 37,000 total in the Calcutta. Oh, a good shot by Herman. Holds the cue ball up, holds the 1 ball up, gets shape. I see Joe Corpus has ball in hand with 5 balls on the table, but he looks like he's playing shape for a 6-9 combo. I'll keep you updated on how that match develops. Joe is up 5-3 going to 6. Watch out, don't want to hit the 6 ball. That might have kept him from getting shaved. I think he wanted to sneak out a little bit past it. And get a shake of the head from Herman. Still watching Joe. He's lining up a 6-9 combo, it looks like. Or maybe the 6 goes underneath the 9 ball. It's hard to see from this angle. Yep, 6-1 underneath it. So he comes up. He's got shape on the 7 ball. Talking about Joe Corpus on table 4, giving you that play-by-play as you're watching Herman shoot. Herman has to go rail first on that ball. Doesn't leave much here for Scott, but Scott can see the edge of the 4. Joe makes the 7 ball, but loses the cue ball and leaves himself awkward and on the rail for the 8. So this game is far from over on table 4. I'll let you know how it develops. Oh, nice play there by Scott. A two-way shot. You got the bank he can play, but also putting some distance and awkwardness in between them. So gets the hook from Herman. Good hit by Herman. On table 4, Joe misses the 8 ball, but gets I think it's a hook behind the 9 ball. Bit of a lucky roll right there. Oh, Scott with a quick shot there, but overcuts the 4 ball. Got pretty solid on the 5. Oh, Edward with a monster kick. Kicks in the 8-ball with nowhere near a pocket, but it was what he was playing and measuring. Leaves himself a tough shot on the 9-ball. But wow, that's to stay alive in the tournament possibly. He's down 5-3 to Joe. Herman's going to bounce out. He's going to have a little bit tougher shot on the 9 than he wanted, but very manageable. All right. Edward makes the 9, gets within 1. He's down 5-4. There's more pool to be played in that match. Herman ties this one up at 2 apiece. We got battle on our hands, both of these matches. Scott with that 3 balls in perfect line to get out here. It's a little straight in the 5-ball, but it shouldn't cause an issue. The 8's fairly close to the pocket. Can cheat this around, get nice bounce off that rail so you're not shooting off the rail. 9's right in the hole. All right, just like that, Scott takes a 3-2 lead. A bit of a safety battle going on over on table 4. I'll let you know how that match develops on it. Right now, Edward de Mesa is going to be kicking at the 4-ball. I'll be back in a moment. All right, Mirage Dealer's got his picks in. He's rooting for a Derek, Scott, and Joey finish. Who do you guys got? Who do you want to win? Do you have a horse in the race? And after we I'm going to try to remember this, but after we finish this match on table one, I am going to restart the streams both on YouTube and Facebook. Just to restart it with the for the hot seat match. The hot seat match will be between Jerry Dudy and Derek Reppenhagen. So make sure you guys like and follow our streams and Facebook page. And once it comes back up, you will see it right away. Ooh, thought Herman had overcut that for a second. Looks like Herman has a little bit of a quandary. He's on a little bit on the wrong side of this five ball. I was wondering if he just wants to stun it. You don't really want to force it around with a ton of inside English either, but I don't know if you want to leave too difficult of a shot for yourself on the six ball. No, he kind of played short side shape, but he's going to get in the 50-yard line. Meanwhile, on table four, Joe Corpus is on the eight ball. He's on the hill, up 5-4. Oh, smart play by Herman, playing safe on that. The six poked his head out. All right, Joe made the eight and got on the nine ball, so that match is almost over. All right, Joe wins that match. I'll be back in a bit. All right, I'm catching up on things. It looks like Herman got rack 6, so it's 3-3. Just getting underway with Joe Corpus and Kenny Lascano at the top of your screen. That's the other 5th-6 match. As soon as this match is done between Scott and Herman, we will have the hot seat match with Derek Reppenhagen and Jerry Dudy. Just a reminder, though, I will be restarting the stream on both Facebook and YouTube. I've been blessed with some fantastic pool today. These guys are playing their hearts out. And there's a lot of money on the line. First place in the tournament alone is $4,000. First place in the Calcutta is over $11,000 if you own all yourself, which I know at least Joe Corpus owns himself in the Calcutta. So there's not only that, the most important thing to me when I was playing in the Dock Hill was the opportunity to have your name on the plaque on the wall in the Rum Runner forever. That's a piece of history right there. Sorry, I just had to take a phone call because somebody wanted to sign up for the Andy Mercer next week. We do have a couple more spots available, so make sure you get your entries in ASAP. Scott doesn't want to get straight on it. Nope, he's got a little bit of an angle, so he should be able to follow this. And I think he might just follow it softly and play the 9 in the side pocket. Yep. Just wanted to bounce off the rail, give yourself a comfortable cueing space. He's even got the pocket to cue in. I like that shot. All right, Scott takes a 4-3 lead, going to 6. You get in these races at this point, these matches get tight. Scott's taking a bathroom break here. Oh, and on table on top of your screen, Joe Corpus misses a 7 ball on the side, so Kenny leaps out of his chair to get to the table. All right, Kenny Lascano is on the board first up top. I'm going to step away. The player's going to be back in just a moment. I'll be right back. All right, Scott's got a doozy of a shot here. Got the 4 ball on the side. Yep, that's a little bit, got a little tricky with it. Garage dealer, what's your name? I don't know your handle, but I'm sure I know you. Yeah, this year's Mercer is one of the strongest fields. We've just got a power packed list. Just added another player to it. Paul Jacobs is signed up. So we have 6 spots left. 6 spots left. Get your entries in ASAP. Some of the top pros are in it. Vilmos Foldes from locally here. We got Victor Kakuza of Utah, Shane Van Boning, RJ Batista, Mitch Ellerman, just kind of running down the list. Jordan Holman, Jesus Atencio is playing. We've got, keep going down the list, Ian Costello, John Mora, that is a 2-time 2026 U.S. Open champ. He won the 10-ball and the bank pool, John Mora. Roberto Gomez, Jeffrey DeLuna, Brian Parks, Carlo Beato, Ronnie Wiseman, Manny Perez. Just keep going down. I have a tentative commitment from Jose Perica, which would be a legendary sighting on that. I'm hoping he does come through and play. And then we have Mark Estiola, who's a 775, 780 player from the Philippines, who's paid his entry on it. So we've got some awesome firepower. Billy Silveira is from the Reno, Carson City areas coming down to play in it. I got a lot of people traveling from out of state coming in, so get some of the Vegas players in it. Get a couple more spots left, 6 more spots. So come down to the Rum Runner, pay your entry fee, or contact me if you need to get in. All right, Herman's this 9 ball from making it a race to 2. All right, it's 4-4, race to 6, so it's now a race to 2. And a reminder, I've got it up there on the top of your screen, but we will be restarting the stream after this match. So make sure you guys like and follow and subscribe to our YouTube channel, our Facebook page. I'll be restarting it on both of those right after this match is completed. And the match on the top of your screen, which is the other 5-6 match on the loser's side, Kenny Lascano is up 2-0 on Joe Corpus. Kenny's having himself another good deep run at the Rum Runner in end of January, early February. He was runner-up in the Moby Dick $1,000 entry, 567 and under. I like seeing people who put in the work get the rewards. Kenny was here. I literally had to kick him off the tables every day at 6 o'clock for 2 to 3 weeks before the Moby Dick, and he's been doing the same thing before this. He's playing great. Ooh, and I just talked him up too much, and he fouled. He just rubbed the 4 ball going in. There, it's an announcer's jinx. I take blame for that one, Kenny. All right, a dry break for Herman, but leaves nothing for Scott. All right, Joe Corpus is on the board, and the match on the top of your screen. I'll be back in just a moment.
Single card.
All right, Joe's tied up the match on the top of your screen at 2 apiece with Kenny. That is going to be a battle. Keep an eye up there. Meanwhile, we've got a battle on our hands down here, 4-4. Herman has played some very good, very aggressive pool. In one of the matches he played earlier on this stream table, he had a chance to where he could cut a ball in, but he would float it and would probably get on the wrong side of a shot in the side pocket, having to get around the table. Instead, he fired the aggressive bank to hold shape and nailed it. He played extremely well. All right, that's a huge swing right there. Scott has a very, very makeable shot on the 6 ball to naturally get on the 7. Well, Scott came up a bit short on the shape, and he has to stretch on this. And he hangs it and scratches. He kind of lunged at that shot. Talk about a swing. Goes from Scott getting the opportunity with the shot on that 6 ball. Now ball in hand for Herman. The only trick here is getting back from the 8 to the 9, but it shouldn't be too hard for him. Watch out, cue ball. Doesn't want to run too far. He went straight in line, so he's good with it, but took an aggressive path to get there. Herman draws it back into the 9 ball, gets a bounce on it. It's a makeable shot, but nothing easy about this shot. Definitely not with the circumstances. Oh, great shot by Herman. Herman gets to the hill first. That's a costly scratch for Scott Bush. Nice. So it was a good old fashioned safety battle here. All right, congratulations to Herman. I am going to restart the stream before we get the hot seat match started. Next up is going to be the hot seat match with Derek Reppenhagen and Jerry Dudy. Be back in a bit, but make sure you guys like and subscribe to our channel because it'll pop right back up.